Okay, we're here at the Mahiko Recreation Ground, and Mahiko is taking on Sevier Farm at the Mahiko playing field. So Mahiko won the toss, and they elected to bat, and they are open with Stephen Fain and Omari Heliga, and the Mahiko team came off of a wonderful win against the Williki team, chasing some 246. Yeah, it was a very good game. In so Mahiko team is Stephen Fain captain, Omari Holliger, Diary Francis, Tennis Francis, Taim Tong, and the first ball being played on the onside by Holliger for a single. And Dwayne Fordyce, just to complete the Mahiko team, Dwayne Fordyce, Aljari Joseph, Stephen Benjamin, Malinga Bruni, Ackley Alex, and Ian Tittle. That's the Mahiko team. And we're watching Sevier Farm is in the field, and Philip opening the bowling for Sevier Farm. So the Sevier Farm team is Chris Philip captain, Egbert Philip, Visual Gubin, Ralston Campbell, Rick Evanson, Alfrederick Jarvis, Joshua Thomas, Courtney Brown, Delani Mossington, Heroi Andrew, and Graham, Owen Graham. That should make up the 11. Full ball to Stephen Fain. He just tap it into a short cover, fielded by Rick. So look on there. Rick there. Ball that was turned down to fine leg and chased by Mussington, the keeper, and they run 2. So 3, sorry. So Mahiko 4 without loss. 5. 5 without loss. Mahiko in the first over. Beautiful day. Sun is shining brightly. No doubt the Mahiko team is coming off of a good win. Confident to take on the Sevier Farm Field team. So the last weekend, Mahiko won 1, lose 1. St. Paul lost both. Freetown won both games. Willie and the Liberta first game was abandoned through lack of good preparation of Willie's wicket. And Willie lost against Mahiko, as I said, and Liberta lost against Police. And the Police won the 2 games over the weekend. So the finalists of the first competition we've been played was Police and Freetown. Police won that competition, and they both started this competition with 2 wins. Bowler was outside the off stump, wide-ish, and Heliger chose his bat at it, and it peels off the top of the bat, outer part of the bat, and go down to cover point region, and chased by Goben, and they got 2. So Mahika moves on by 2-7 without loss. Eight, good shot played through mid-off region, chased by Jarvis. And they got 2, so score now is 10. Got delivery from Rick outside the off stump. Come back somewhat, but left on nicely by Heliger, and there is no run. Went through to the keeper, Washington. Next week, Monday, Cool and Smooth T20 will kick off. This one has been pulled to mid-wicket by Heliger, chased down by Fielder, and he gets 2. So the score moves on by 2-12, sorry. $12 without loss, and 2 over has been completed. So yeah, the Cool Smooth T20 will kick off on Monday. Started at 4 o'clock. The defending champion is the Black Hawks. And every team is gunning to dethrone them, and they'll have different ideas. So the games will be played on Monday. I'll get the schedule somewhat, and that you could be informed. And Stephen goes, caught behind. And so Mahiko lost the captain and their first wicket. Diari, the run scorer of last week for Mahaico, are now taking the place of Stephen Fain. And they're hoping that he could repeat that performance on Sunday against Willikes. Wicked is not playing bad at all for being the first game to be played on the pitch. Yeah. So Mahaico 12 for 1, and we're in the third over. Just trying to. So the field for Egbert Philip. Leg by now, signal by umpire Brown. 13. Mahaico 4-1, and we're in the third over. So there's a square leg, backward of square. And a mid on, 2 slip. Silly mid off. Mid off. Cover, extra cover on the fence. Shortish ball, straight enough, but Heliger saw it early enough and give himself some room and pull it to mid wicket, and they're on 2. So second competition is Sir Richie Richardson 35 over competition, and we're watching a shot being played by Halliger over extra cover for 4. So the score moves on to now 18, 19 for 1. And it's been sponsored by ACB, Caribbean Bank. A ball that is didn't time it, hit it straight to the field and still call in, and I think it's a very good decision in the RE to send him back. But no harm done, even though the ball hit the stump directly. Halliger get back into his crease, and there is no run. End of the third over. We are watching live cricket. Mahaico versus CV Farm at the Mahaico Recreation Ground. Patch outfield due to the weather, but it's good for cricket. Looks like a good batting strip, and Mahaico men hoping to capitalize on this good batting wicket as Yari hit this one, a ball from Rick, and it peels off the outer part of the bat and chases by Gubin, and they're on 2. So Mahaico has lost the skipper, Stephen Fain. Rick For those who don't know the location of Mahiko Recreation Ground, it is the Clear School playing field, and the ball is tapped nicely off his hip by Diari for a single. Running nicely between the wicket is Heliga, is very eager to get to the non-striker end, and it's a good sign. And this Mahiko club. A ball that is outside the off stump, and Heliga's foot is nowhere close to it, but swings at it. It comes off the inside part of the bat and fielded at short mid wicket, and there's no run. And this Mahiko team has produced some great players in the past locally. We bring to mind Ursil, Betty Hurst, and Connie Nicholas, and Amos with Cornelius, Puku, Powaki Harris. I'm trying to give you those old names back in the always signal wide, and there's no ball. As a free hit, there's to and this free hit wasn't really overstepped, but there's too many feelers outside the 30-yard circle, and so by Jacob signal wide, and then Halligan didn't even score off of a free hit. This one is awfully played again by Halligan, not even staying in line with the ball, just jogging his body away from it, and misses the ball to pass over the stump, and there is no run. Go through to keeper Mussington, and Helliger is advised to go back to the role in which he played at the Police, playing field against Police last week Saturday. He played and hold the Mahiko innings together, and this probably he's overly confident and not really playing the ball on his merit. And this one kept a bit low, but watched it nicely under to the bat by Diari and fielded by Philip. And there's no run. Ball kept low again. This one just Mali is taking a leg stump guard, but he's outside leg and he's not really moving in line. Stays there and hits over the bowler head for 4. Just backed away and just played through the line. And that's a good shot played. It's nice and straight. Safest shot to play in cricket. And he executed nicely. So the score moves on by 4-28. Mahiko for 1. And we're in the 5th over. So there's a field change. Long on now is back on the fence, and there's an extra cover on the fence, and you got a mid-off, short mid-wicket, square leg, cover, extra cover, two slip, and plays the ball down the leg side, and Marley backing away, and the ball is down the leg side, and still misses. And there's a run. So ball outside the off stump again, and Helliger is pulling away himself. That's not even backing away. He's pulling away his body away from the ball, and misses badly. And another dot ball is in the book. Slow ball, and he plays it nicely through cover, and they feel it safely, and they got a single. End of the fifth over. Score now is 29. Heiko batting first for 1. And this is the Sir Richie Richardson limited over competition, 35 overs. And it's been sponsored by ACB, Caribbean Bank, and for some 44 years, this partnership been going on between Parish League and the bank, and so on ending relationship between both entities. Betty's the Golden Eagle will come up against Pickers Crushers, the first game Monday. This one is peeled off the face of the bat over cover point region. Is facing by Corey, and gets 2. So O'Malley is just really showing his bat at the ball, and he gets 2 anyway, so the score moves on by 2 to 31 for 1. Mahaiko batting. So the first game, 4 p.m., Bethesda Golden Eagle coming up against Pickers Crushers. And the 7 p.m., Liberta Blackhawks, defending champion, will come up against New Winthrop Lions. That's Monday. And Tuesday, 4 p.m., All Saints Spartans versus Jennings Tigers. And 7 p.m., Empire Nation versus Rising Sun Spartans. That's Tuesday. And Thursday, there'll be a break on Wednesday to get back in action by Thursday. And 4 p.m., there's New Winthrop's Lions versus Bethesda Golden Eagles. And then 7 p.m., Pickers Crushers versus the Liberta Blackhawks. And Friday, 4 p.m., Rising Sun versus All Saints, and 7 p.m. Jennings versus Empire Nation. As we watch Rick to DRE, who gets this one off the face of the bat, and coming back for the third one, and very good running by Gallagher. Really takes on the arm of Corey, and he didn't really expect they're coming back for the third, but he really took it on, and the throw wasn't good, and so they get in safely. So everyone gone into the throne, defending champion Liberta, after 2019 was the last year of the Cool and Smooth T20 because of the pandemic. And so the score moves on by 2-35. Mahaiko won the toss. Stephen Fain captain and decided to bat. And the Mahaiko has lost the wicket of the Stephen Fain captain. He opens with beautiful shot by Diari. One that on his pad, and he whips it effortlessly to forward the square for 4. And a good sign for female cricket. There's a female playing for Sevier Farm. Goes by the name of Courtney Brown. Courtney Brown, that name is very familiar. Mark, a wicketkeeper, West Indies renowned from Barbados. This one is worked off with his hip, his diary, and Courtney Brown comes in from forward the square, feel it, and there is a single had. And she's in on the 19 setup. And so it's a good sign of Tris Phillip and not being afraid of putting a young girl in the lineup. Only that's the way they can learn. It's in the game itself. We can practice all we want, but if we don't practice what we put in place, we will really get on any further than where we're at. And so it's good to see that she's part of the setup. And so there's a feeling change now. There's 4-5-4 feel, and Helliger is backing away and still pulling it. A ball outside the leg stump. He's still backing away and still pulling it. Connects nicely. Just wide away from Tris in mid-wicket region. And he gets 4. So there's a long on. There's a back of the square. There is a tradition mid-wicket. And this one is really giving himself room. Coming back for the second is Diari, and he gets in. He gets in safely. Ball, the throw was good, but he gets in safely and easily in the end. It's a good throw by Corey. Marley Halliger is very unorthodox, but he's been effective for the Mahaiko. He's playing a more pinch hitting role this week, different than the way he played at Police last week. He was more holding the innings together, but this one is really showing words to the fire. As you watch, this one again is peeling off the outside part of the bat, giving himself room, and the ball is just stopped inside the cover point fence, and they run 2. Good chase, good partnership between the fielders. Rick from the cover point, backward of square region, chase it, and slow delivery, but Helliger was backing away instead of staying with the ball. That could be just hit easily over the covers region, but he's backing away and back himself that way to play, and he's been effective, and why not? He's continuing, and the Mahaiko has been rolling on to 48 for 1, and that's the 7th over. Rick. This one is peel off the bat to back with a square, fielded nicely by Philip, and they run a sharp single. And by the time they get in, Philip was just reacting. So it's an easy single in the end. Is to ball outside the off stump, and Helliger is just playing, I guess, to what he knows. He's just staying at on his leg stump guard and still pulling his left foot away from the ball and throwing his bat, and this one eludes him and there is no run. Didn't stop cleanly behind the wicket, but effectively, no doubt. This one is hit down the ground by Marley. And there's one. So Mahaiko is 50 for one. Good going. This one kept a bit low and defended. This one is peeling off the edge again and is going into the fence, and the misfield by Jarvis, and there's four. But a good delivery. Jerry wasn't really out to it and trying to work it, and he took the inside part of the bat and outer part of the bat, sorry, and he goes to the cover point region for four. So Mahaiko moves on by 4 to 54 for one. Pretty good going. Thanks to O'Malley. He's very unorthodox, but ball is tapped into the sheet is mid on, and Marley is very trigger happy. Ball is played, he's not waiting, and so single been had easily. Score now is 51. 51 for one, and in the 8th over. Oh, the forward is 55. Let's check in the correct score. So Mahaiko's lost Stephen Fain, captain, in the 3rd over. But it's pushed down the ground by Durari and beats Philip, and they run a single. So the score now is 56. Mahaiko batting. This one is we just witnessed a dolly catch and it was spilled. I thought, is Gubin? This one is peel off the outer part of the bat, and there is Marley's not really playing around. He's going at every delivery in a very orthodox way. But Gobin, very surprisingly, spilled that easy as a catch, but it works in Mahaiko's favor. Shot being played, beautiful shot this time. Gave himself room, it's right there in his slot. And he punched it to extra cover fence for 4. Marley now using Marley's not getting his foot to the post, but the bat is getting to the ball. And it was a good connection, and they get 4, so the score moves on to 62, Mahaiko. It's fun. He's backing away again and is throwing his bat. Jarvis was a bit wrong-footed, but he feels it in the end. 1-2 Heliga. Score moves on to 63 for 1. Mahaiko batting. The 9th over just completed. So the Mahaiko team is scoring at a rapid rate after losing Captain Stephen Fain. But Heliga, who opens with him, wasn't perturbed at all. And he goes on to his merry way in his own way. Score now is 63. Ball outside the off stump, and Haliger pulls away and swings and misses. I think these bowlers are not really thinking while bowling to Haliger. This one is backing away again and is peeling off the outside part of the bat, and he goes into the cover fence now for 4. So Haliger not wasting any time. He misses a lot of ball, but he's scoring boundaries. And just imagine that he could score off so many dot balls that he allows to. If he could score off some of those dot balls, he could be more efficient for the team. This one is hits in the air again and is on to Gobin, and he tugs this one this time, and he chooses the way in anguish, saying, how did I drop that first one, which was harder. So Haliger holds out finally, and but he gave the Mahaiko team a start that they really needs. And so Mahaiko 67 for 2. Dwayne Fordyce now replacing Haliger. Well, Haliger said last week I got 43, and this week I have 41, so And he has done his part. But enough, just not enough. When you get the opportunity, the team give you an opportunity to open, at least you. At Lord's, at last. Yeah. This is a shot being played through the wide wide mid on and straight is mid wicket for 4 by Diari. And so Mike is hoping that he could continue that form in which he had. Again, this is the Wilkie team last week. And he goes score some 86. Tracing 246 scored by Wilkie. Demari Benter scored 100 and 3, and no doubt, Paul, that was a winning knock, but Diari and Martin has different idea. And so Michael really came out victorious from the largest run chase for the season so far. This is a ball outside the off stump. And signal over now, signal finished by Jacob, umpire Jacob, and 10 over. The Michael is 71 for 2. Again, the Marley Helliger opened last week and he got 43, hold the innings somewhat together. He was the 8th wicket to fall, and this time he went helter-skelter, getting 41 in and was out in the 10th over. And so Fordyce now get an opportunity to make his mark on the Mahigo score sheet. in the were played by Fordyce, nicely balanced over the ball. In the day of the Betty Hurst and the Connie Nicholas, and we used to hear normally balls hitting on the school roofs, but it doesn't really happen that often. And that could be in the wide. There's no fast bowler bunks in. There's no, so. So the ball stay mostly in play in this era because the ball is just at the level of the batsman face, just to or in front of them. This one is hit down the ground by 4 dice, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, you could hear. And even back in the day, the school shed used to be the pavilion. And Mahaiko is the home ec section. And that was their pavilion, and under the shed where the Form A1, I used to attend the school, so at the Form A1, we used to be the visiting team pavilion, and things have changed. And now the field, the school field never was fenced. Now it's fenced. Yes, so things really have changed as we watched Mahaiko coming up against Mahaiko coming up against CV Farm. CV Farm is in the field. Mahaiko has won the toss and elected the bat. There's a bowling change now, and Owen Graham will take over from Rick. Ball is turned into the mid-wicket region. First ball being bowled, and there's a single fielded by Hilroy Andrew, who himself got 112 for CV Farm, 113 for CV Farm last week, Sunday, and beaten Newfield at CV Farm playing field. That tends to be a good batting wicket and a very quick outfield. Ball down the leg side by Graham. Missed by 4 dice. Signal now wide by Jacob, umpire Jacob. So the score moves on my 1 to 73 for 2. Mahaiko batting. Bad shot played by 4 dice. Misses outside the off stump. And appeal went up, but umpire Jacob was on move. Stephen Finn, who opens with Amali Halliga. Stephen Finn went for 4. And in the 3rd over. And Halliga, who went in the 10th over, he went for 41. As we are watching Sir Richie Richardson 35 limited over competition, sponsored by ACB Bank, Caribbean Bank, for some 44 years and running. And on this tap down to mid-off region and fielded by Gobin, and they run an easy single. Diari have some long strives, like he doesn't really, it's like effortless getting into the crease. Ball wasn't hit that deep, but a few steps. Very well balled by Graham, but adjusted nicely by 4 dice. Fielded by Courtney Brown in the extra cover region, and there's no run. So a ball is shortish delivery, and umpire gives the 4 dice now leg before. Ball didn't make much height, even though he's touching his waist. But you can be leg before any way on your body, as long as the umpire decides that he's going to hit the wicket, and the umpire decision is final. So the umpire, Mahaiko lost the 3rd wicket. 4 dice didn't trouble the scores that much. 75 for 3. So Courtney Brown, who's a female who's playing for the Sevier Farm cricket team. She is 15 years of age and in the national under 19 setup. And it's good to see that the Sevier Farm, with its Tris Phillip, the captain, and not afraid to involve her in the setup. So Mexico has lost their third wicket, 75 for 1 after they were 71 for 2. So Fordyce didn't spend no time out in the middle trying to pull a ball that wasn't short. Umpire decided that it would have hit the top of the stump, and the jetted finger went up, and Fordyce has to take his leave and is now replaced by Malenga Bruni. Seems that we have a water break. Umpire allowing a water break. Seems like umpire is checking the ball. These balls seem to have some problems over there. 75. Mexico 75 for 3. Ball was struck by the umpire, and there is now a fielding change, a ball change, sorry. Hey. Thanks. Quite a few cricketers will be going off to England to apply the trade at the end of. No, ball that was hit over extra cover flat by Diari for 6, and as I said last week, he got some 86 runs for Mexico against the Wilkie team, and so they were hoping that he could continue that form. He himself will be going off to England after the first game for Jennings. And so I'm just hoping and wishing things could get better for these young lads who are going off to England, and that big and greater things can. Glendon also, left arm orthodox spin bowler from Jennings, is going off also with Diari. And Kadeem Henry is going off also from the Pickers Crushers. And Malenga Bruni. Peters, who's already in England. He played for the New Chips Lions. And we also know Darren Dana from the Mahiko setup also is in England, playing his straight mark. So quite a few cricketers are going off, which is good for the individual itself and for cricket on a whole. This one being tapped down to mid-on by Diari, and the Curry come off of long offense and they run a single. Ball down the leg side. Went up with anguish is Philip. Feeling change, and this one has been inside edge, and I like the aggressive feeling by Chase Phillip. There's a silly mid off, silly mid on, a long on, mid off. There's a cover, extra cover point, slip, and the forward is square. And Bruni is facing up to Phillip. Ball, he's trying to swing, and people went up, but umpire said no, and now they're running the leg by. And it's been advised by Stephen Fain, captain, and Ian Tittle to stay out there and bat, which is very good advice. Cannot make runs in the pavilion, and these guys seem to see things different when they go into the middle. And he's advised to just play the ball almost a straight bat into the mid-wicket region and to swing it to the square leg region. But in their opinion, the umpire think it was going down the leg side, so he survives. Score now is 86 for 3, Mahiko. And this will be the 14th over in progress bowling. Graham again to Malinga. Malinga is forward nicely. And defended nicely, and there's no run. This one is tapped into the mid-wicket, mid-on region. Is badly misfield by the fielder. And they run 2. Ball outside the off stump, kept low and left alone by Bruni. I think the Mahiko team are scoring rapid. Ball jive down to the offside, didn't time it at all, and fielded in the shortest mid-on region from by Rick, feeling the cover. It's cut it out before he get down to mid-off, and short third man, cover point. Oh, this one is a slow delivery, and Bruni was playing but adjust the shot and didn't carry it to Rick in the cover, and he realized his mistakes. Take a walk to square leg, stretch his arms, and set up again to take on Graham. Played nicely by young Malinga. Bruni. And the veteran Graham has outfoxed so many of our first-class players and trying to fox this youngster, but didn't. So there's another bowling change as we see Philip bowl through his 7 over spell. Gubin will take up from the pavilion end, and his field is a long off, a long on, backward of square. Long on is coming into the circle. Yes. So there's a mid wicket on the fence, a long off. And now there's long off and long on. There now it's trying pushing back long on, and there's a cover and the extra cover on the fence. First ball is full, and it's been hit for 6 by Diari. This young guy, he hits the ball pretty good. He's the brother of young Francis, who opens in the semi-finals for Mahaiko at Freetown. Ball is down the leg side, try to swing, didn't stay long enough with it. Didn't stay long enough, and now he's been advised by Ian, played, and a very good advice also. He could have played it to mid-wicket, even for a single, but he will go in for maximum again, and misses. Ball outside the off stump, kept a bit low. Could have been left alone, still tried to dab at it, but misses. Very well bowled by Gobin. Ball outside off stump, could be left alone. These are the challenging times that these young batters needs to good delivery. Shortish, but it come back sharply to and he pushed it down to long on, and they get a single, and the score moves on by 1 to 95. Mahaiko batting first. $95 for 3. And Fordyce, he's only scored 1. He went leg before to Graham. And Stephen Fain was caught behind of Philip for 4. And Graham to Yari, and he ball outside the off stump and he dumps it effectively down to a short third man, with ball went to the left of him, and it eludes him and go into the fence for 4. So Mahaika moves on by 4 to 99 for 3, and we're in the 15th, over, 16th. Very good scoring rate by Mahaiko, 95 for 3 in 9. This one is tugged, this one. So the score moves on by 4 to 100. 103. 103 for 3. Mahaiko batting. Ball outside the off stump. And he's dapped this one to the cover point, the extra cover region, and they run a single. .104 Mahaiko batting, and in the 16th over, Owen Graham into Malinga, and he's choking this one down to a mid-on region, and there is no run. Yeah. The fifth one, yeah. $16. So Mahaiko 104, and when it's 16, the over just been completed by Owen Graham. And you're watching Cobain. This one is on the leg stump, and he's playing this one into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run. Short outside the off stump, and he's cutting this one and fielded nicely, and it's a single. This Malinga tends to be a bit hustling to play the shot and not waiting on the ball. And now mid-wicket fielder is coming in a short fine leg region. This one is worked off his pad by Malinga, just where the fielder Bruno is coming from. Courtney Brown was coming from. The chest just moved her from there and put her into the short fine leg region, and it was worked into the back of the square And so she has to chase it, and they run 3. She's now at the going back to the mid wicket, the backward of square fence where she was prior, and good learning curve for her. This one is full and hit down to the long off region, fumbled somewhat by Omari, and that's the Army 50. And so there's a back-to-back 50 by, and I wonder how Omari Helliger is feeling now after he was out in 10th over mark for 41. And end of the over. 109 Mahaiko in 17 over for 3. So Mahaiko is aiming to pile on some runs against the CV Farm team. And the Mahaiko is playing home. Oh, delivered a kip low from Graham and digged out, watch long enough by DRE, who's on 50, and he'll be going off to England next week. Good delivery again. Played effortlessly. This one is hit down to a long off region. Fielder on the one bounce by the fielder, and they run a single. Well played by down the leg side and misses by the keeper. Well, he stopped it, but wasn't effective, and now signal wide by umpire Jacob. Down the leg side and works off the pad into the square, forward square region, and they run a single. Well, ball again by Graham, and well played also equally by Diari. Was looking a single, but Malinga back was turned, and now he's looking at some refreshment by his captain, and well deserved. Score 112 Mahiko batting first for three. So Michael have some informed batters. We have Ian Tittle's last two innings that he played. He get 56 at Freetown in the semi-final, and then last week starts he made 47 not out, and both innings were not out. And with Halliger, who batted the last two innings, he got 43 and 41. And so it's just to put some consistency in the team to at least they get to the semi-final, and they didn't really show up, in my view, outside of Dean Evanson and Ian Tittle. Yeah, but they hope. I guess they're hoping to make amends in this competition. This ball is swept nicely down to the field brilliantly by Courtney Brown on the first bounce, and the return to the keeper. I'm liking her approach in the field. She's not showing any sign of timidness, and she looks apart, but it's a good sign to see. Yes, yeah. But my concern is the programming which they have for the female mark. It's not just, you can't just have them for a period of time. Just like the men have a prolonged season playing, and you need some form of continuity with them, not just when cricket are coming around. And for the signing which you're showing, it would be poor on the part of someone is being missed by the keeper, and she's sprinting off of the back of the square fence when the keeper should have gone for that ball. He was staying in that lazy position he found himself in, wondering how that ball eludes him. But the ball was still there, and he gave them that extra bye. This one is being hit. They hit too good. Didn't catch it too cleanly. Luckily for him, they dropped short of Omari, and they ran a single. Yeah, and this is being caught at the slip. Yeah, but I think well, the umpire decision is final, but I think he doesn't stay in the shot enough. He's dipping into the shot every time he plays. The back foot is dropping into the ground instead of staying into the shot. So that little delay of the ball coming could be his demise, instead of getting over it and stay with it. And yeah. So my Eagles lost the fourth wicket on the score. It's 109. 116 for 4. And we're in the 18th over. And we're watching another bowling change. Time tongue is also another cricket is going off. 116. No, what's Ian? Yeah. Benjamin. Stefan Benjamin has has replaced. This one is worked off his pad down to the fine leg region for four. Ball down the leg side, and he just helps it on its way. And DRE has another four to his name. This one is played in the air down to a wideish long on, and they're coming back for the second, and it's easily had. Now these two runners are a few steps, and they both get in the crease. There's some. This one is being pulled again by DRE, and this time the 100 is really in his grasp. It's just for him to cash in, and now he's calling for some refreshment or the change of bat. He's telling the umpire his bat has a little crack, and so DRE is asking for a change of bat. So I'll be interested to see how DRE handle, because as a batter you're accustomed to the batting which he uses. You know, even though you have a few bats, but then now he's borrowing. So we'll see how he trusts. This one is worked over the mid-wicket fence before by DRE. So he continues. So the RE moves on my 4 to 64, and the Mahika moves on my 4 to 130 for 4. So Mahiko is piling on the pressure on the CV4 men. At Mahiko playing field. So there's a back of the square, mid wicket, a shot, and the mid wicket on the fence. Long on, long off, extra cover on the fence. Uh, Sailor made off and a cover point, and there's a slip. Benjamin. Ball is wide outside the off stump. And misses by Benjamin. And taken behind the wicket by Mussington. And there's no run. Just want to hit down to the long on fence for a single by Benjamin, and fielded nicely by Corey. Corey's also a bowler, which I haven't seen him yet. Easily played defensively by Diari. Still not trusting the bat. Probably if he was hit his bat, he could have gone with that. Oh, this one kept low, and he got it out of his stumps. Now that's much better. Long forward and defended. Henry smuggled the spin. And there's no run. I haven't seen enough orthodox defensive shot played. Always trying to, the batters somewhat seem to always looking to score off of good length ball when you could just get forward and work the ball in the gap as just the very same way you're backing away, which you could you're even more safer in getting on the front foot and watch the ball onto the bat. But Captain Phillip is bowling some leg spin from the northern end. Bad shot played, and luckily the ball didn't hit the stump, and the ball is rustling down to the behind the keeper. Again, it's like the RE's tired or something. These young batsmen need to watch and bat long, score 100, and know what it feels like to get 100. That was a bad shot played by him, and this is just the second ball that's been bowled by Chis Phillip. And anyway, they scored. They run 2 by. Nicely flighted by Chis Phillip. Head down to long off. This one is hit in the air. Will he takes it? She takes it. Very good catch take by Courtney Brown. Courtney Brown coming from the extra cover point, extra cover region, and the ball went up into the air. On the second attempt, she holds on to it, and so Michael lost their fifth wicket. Benjamin goes, caught Courtney Brown, ball chase. For one. Aye. So brothers are in the crease. That is Francis and Diary Francis. His father must be a proud dad. I remember he opened the innings with Stephen Fain at Freetown. And they tend to think that because he's young, they could take advantage of him, but he's a manageable young man. He plays the game very hard. Courtney Brown is on the back of the ball, this field, and I'm sure she's very disappointed. She got it around nicely, but the ball went through her hands and her feet, and Demari got another 4. So the score moves up by 4 to 140. 139 for 4. Haiko batting. We're watching the Sir Richie Richardson Limited over competition being played by Mahaiko and the Seaway Farm at the Mahaiko playing field. And it's been sponsored by ACB Caribbean Bank. Ball that was stopped in the air, dropped by Graham at silly mid-off. So there's two slips, still made off. Punched off the back foot by Francis. And they're running two. Turn is Francis. Played nicely by Tanes and end of the over. The score now is 142 for 4, 23. 142 for 4, Michael batting. 5, sorry. From 23 overs. And this game is playing at the Michael Recreation Ground. Stephen Fain was the first to go. He got 4. And Halliger, he went in the 10th over. He got 41, opened with Stephen Fain. And then a short delivery, and it was pulled. I was saying to Mark earlier, I haven't heard many balls hit on the roof back in the day when the Betty Hurst them were playing. But now I heard one. Bring back memories, Mark. This one went really far. And so he moves on by 6 to 78. And the score moves on by 6 to 140. 146 or 48? 146. So it was, yeah. Right. 148. Mahiko's batting first. Stephen Fain won the toss and elected to bat. And Mahiko's 148. As we watch Kitty. I've never heard him talk that much in all the time I've seen him around cricket, but he's having a relaxing day today. Obviously, probably Mark will be seeing some runs from him and some wickets. So so the Mahiko men are really piling on the pressure on the CV farm. Yeah, so the ball is being located in the schoolyard where it was hit by Francis. The older Francis, but the ball is now back with us. So we weren't losing any cricket because they had to go and retrieve the ball, and they have it now. Hilroy Andrew, who went to that school rather, knows his whereabouts, and he jumped the fence and and retrieved the ball. Now, if I go in there now, Mark, I'll be wondering where I'm going. There's years, but has that been changed since? And back in nowadays, the school used to be even extended down further down by the road, but it's no longer. This one is down the leg side, and in just aggression, he ends up down the pitch like a fast bowler, and the ball rushes into the pad, and there is no run. Helliger has got it 41, and he could have easily got 100 today. He was out in the 10th over. This one is swung down to backward of square region, and they ran a single and fielded nicely by Graham, and the ball was equally thrown right over the stump to Massington. So no doubt Halliger been upset with himself now seeing how Francis is making it so easy out there. Last week he said he was tired. I wonder what happened this week. It was too easy this week. full ball, and umpire looking to square leg to see if it's a no ball, but yeah, it's always stressed a while ago. Stroke nicely down the ground, and there's no run. There's an awful piece of feeling on the long off fence. The ball that if he was aware, he could have taken that catch. Walking while the bowler was bowling, but he was flat-footed. Allowed the ball to drop in front of him, and then the ball to shoot off. He wasn't ready even for the pace of which the ball came, and he went for 4. And the scorer is very upset with the feeling of Omari. If it's one supporter the CV Farm team have is Raquel and his son, or 2 supporters is Raquel and his son. And in general, anything that take place in CV Farm, Raquel is always involved, and very good community man. Was nicely defended by Francis, the younger one. They both have on a red helmet, and but that is a ball that was tossed up instead of playing it straight, trying to swing it to mid wicket, misses it, and he goes. And I'm sure he's upset with himself. He's score now is 154, and Michael somewhat losing their way. $154 for 6. And we're in the 25th over. Time tongue. Yeah. So Tanez goes. Taim Tang is taking his place. 154. 154 for 6, Mahaiko. Losing their way somewhat. Ball is on the leg stump and works it off his. Works off his pad. $154, Mahaiko batting for 6. We're watching the Sir Richie Richardson limited over 35 competition, 35 overs competition, and it's been sponsored by ACB, Caribbean Bank, and for some 44 years they've been sponsoring the Parish League cricket. And like there's no end inside. This one is a full ball and it's really, really over the top this time, Mark. That one, we'd like to see if Andrew could find this one. They probably need to get another ball because of that ball. Yes, there's 160. And he moves on by 6 to 91. Would you? Surprisingly, the ball was retrieved very quickly. There's probably a security. A full the ball, and it's been into the schoolyard once again. The scorer, the security has more work to do. It moves on now by 6 to 9 to 97. And the score moves on by 6 to 166. Mahaiko, 166 for 6. And Diari moves on to 97. So the ball is here with us again. Oh, you got some look honors. 7 in the schoolyard, and so they're making it easier. What they have in school today? Okay. And so it makes it more easier for the well ball by Tris Phillip, defended nicely by Diari. And there's no run. I think when he gets his 100, that the news should be bat till the end, because these young players need to know what long batting is all about. One is dabbed down to a third man vision, and they get a single. Batting long is one of the problem with the players. They think 100 is enough, and when 15 overs still remain or 10 overs, there's still more lots of ball there to bat. So, if you could put yourself, even though you get 100, you have 10 more overs to bat, and you say you want to bat to the end, unless a good ball don't come and get you, you shouldn't. He shouldn't out, from what I'm seeing. And going off to, well, first of all, playing had the one game in the T20 to play. That type of confidence can be taken into working nicely up the pad by Taim. He's looking to get two, and they get it quite easily as three men converge on the ball, and Graham pick it up, but by the time he does, 2 runs was already had. And so that confidence he could take in the T20, and then after the T20 going off to England after that first game with some confidence on his shoulder, Mark. Yeah. Try to swing this one, but misses. Was stung. Umpire now signal wide. As I was saying, even though he gets the 100, his aim or from the message from the captain should be to him, but to the end, and not just giving it away for his own good, and what can benefit the team also. Short, and he tucks it nicely. Plays that one very good. Not trying to hit it too hard, but just tap it over the cover, extra cover head for 4. And so at the end of the 18th over? 26 over. 26 overs. 174. That was well bowled and well played by Tahim. Watch it all the way into the glove. Down the leg side, signal wide by Brown. That's 100 for Diary. Diary Francis, who went in at number one, one and number three batter, and he's still there. He's now on 101. Mahaiko moves on either 279 for six, and now he's getting some refreshment and some message being given to him by Captain Stephen Fain. So 179 for six Mahai to bat in. Won the toss by Stephen Fain and chose to bat. Stephen Fain went for four first, and then then Fordyce, who went leg before, for one, and Gobin, who has taken a wicket of there's another bowling change. Jarvis now is replaced Chis Phillip. Ball down the leg side. So wide signal. But there's a poor cricket being played by Tongue. The ball went behind him. And he's calling him, and he was so upset that he didn't hit the ball, and he was watching the ball, and so good delivery ball by Jarvis outside the off stump and drawing him into the shot, but misses. Taken behind the wicket by Mussington. Ooh, ball. No. His off stump was knocked back by Jarvis. And yeah, wasn't that short, and he was on his back foot. And so time goes. Ball by Jarvis. Jarvis Joseph. So Jari Joseph, aka Kitty, has replaced Taim Tong, who got his lumbar disturbed by Jarvis. Signal now wide by umpire Jacob. We'll seek some scores around the weeks. Keep you guys in touch. Evanson again the attack. Down the left side, signal wide now by umpire Brown. So this is 29th over bowling. And we're watching Mahaiko versus CV Farm. Wide against signal by Brown. This one is tapped in the air down to the long on region. Coming off the fence is Cobbin, and they run easy single. It'll be good to see if DRE could bat to the end. He needs that as a young shot. This one playing outside the off stump, peels off, and the fielder on the extra cover fence, deep on the fence by Graham, and they run a single. Shot played through the offside, beating the man in the cover point region, and goes for 4. Score now was 192 for 7. Mahaiko batting. Even the game against Police, they were losing wicket, but O'Malley was there at one end, holding the team together, and then played beautiful shot, played through the extra cover fence, just about now, stopped nicely by Omari, and they're on 2. Good teamwork. Beat Corey in the cover region, extra cover region, but long off. And Omari comes around and stop it with his feet, and picked up by Corey, and they run 2. Works this one off the pad is Jari Joseph, brother of Azari Joseph, and they got 2 more. Fielded at the short leg region by Courtney Brown. I really like her mannerism, her whole body language is very coordinated. And score now is 1,996, Mahaiko batting. And Diari's on 100, and Mark? Damari's on 100. Yeah, Damari. 103. And Zari.
The official score has just arrived. The official score has just
arrived. Jarvis into Murray, and this one is working off his pad down to the back of the square. And they run a single. moves up now to 104. Batted pretty well. We could tighten up a bit when this one is down. And now umpire says yes. He waits, he watches, and he raised that dreaded finger. So Joseph goes. Mahiko lost the 7th wicket or 8th wicket.
Yeah. 8, yeah.
8th wicket.
He made 1 2 6 9.
It was the 8th wicket on 190,
7.
197. And so this 30th over is bowling. 30th. So some 30 more balls, legal ball to go after this.
8, 6, and yeah. This is the 30.
Yeah. So Ian Tittle, the last 2 innings he batted, not out. Continuing, he's been facing up to Jarvis. And he left alone. They are always in 104. Since he went about at number 3. This one is pulling this one into the school again. And so 110 is DRE. And the score now is 203, 104. Mahaigo batting first. As a reminder that they chased down 246 for victory against Williki last week. But 110, the RE Francis. And Mahiko is 204 for 8. And the end of the 30th over. And they might just get in one more over. And that's it. Time 10 to 3. And so Mahiko has 30 overs to bowl and to defend 210, 204 in defending in 30 overs. I think they have lost their way somewhat while they were going. They lost 4 dice. They lost Tahim, and without doing too much. So there we have scored 110, but not out after scoring 86 last week. Well played, young man. I did this go. 104. Not out. So we just go through the scorecard for you. Stephen Fain, he was first to go for 4. And O'Malley Helliger, he lasted, so in the 10th over he was caught for 41. Diary Francis, he batted to the end, he got 104, 110, 111. 111 not out, very well played. And who is? Fordyce, Dwayne Fordyce, he got 1. Malik Bruni, he scored 8, was caught Govin for 8. And Taim Tong, he scored 1, was caught ball chase. Time 7. Sorry, Tarim Tong, he scored 7. And Tenez Francis, he scored 2. And Stephen Benjamin, he scored 1. Then Zari Joseph, he scored 9. And Ian Tittle, he scored 1 not out. 1 not out. So the score in total for Mahiko is 204. So Sevier Farm have 205 to get in 30 overs. The bowling for Sevier Farm is Ed Burke Philip. He bowled 7 overs for 48 runs and get 1 wicket. Rick, he bowls how much overs? Rick Francis, he bowled 6 overs, 1 for 44. And O.M. Graham, he bowled 4 overs, 1 for 17. Visual, 7 overs, 2 for 32. Hilroy, Andrew, 1 over for 14 runs. Tris Phillip, 3 overs, 1 for 29. And Jarvis, 2 overs, 2 for 13. So that's the bowling figures for Sevier Farm. And the Mahiko batters, they scored 204 in 30 overs. So in the resumption, as we turn you over to watch some previous cricket, they have 205 to get when we resume. So until then, we'll be back.
droppy.
Yep. Ball drop.
And he's out. The umpire giving him out. Daniel has gotten first wicket First delivery, the batsman is saying he want to go upstairs. Unfortunately, we don't have a review system here, so we need, it's time to go, it's time to go. So 6 for 1, CV Farm in chase, 127, scored by Mahaiko. So we see some little cameos. See some little cameos from Narayana, also from Daniel Charles, and just up to 127. Overs were reduced from 35 to 25 because of the rain we had, and then after starting at 25, it further reduced down to 23. But CV Farm could only get in 21 overs within the time, so they'll have to get 128 to win in 21 overs. So the captain has now replaced the batter, who is Tris Phillip, captain, just taking his guard. Score 6 for 1. We're watching Adrian Barron at the non-strike, who both play for Pickets back in the day, and they are now teaming up to play for CV Farm. We're watching Daniel Charles around the wicket, a short delivery and just help it on its way for 6. Or 4, sorry, for 4. And there was a real poor delivery by Daniel. No pace. Was going down the leg side and he just helped it on his way. Just jumped in the one bounce over the boundary line for 4. So the score now is 10 for 1. And we also have the Kia, who was one of the aspiring young female cricketer, but she got injured and now she turned her attention into scoring. So it was good to see she didn't leave the game altogether, Mark.
Well, yes, that is very good. Very good.
So yeah, the more female we can get into the game, will be more attractive. At delivery, which was bowled on the leg side again, and the Tristas helped it on his way, and the back of the square fielder ran it down to fine leg, and they ran 2. So the score now is 12.
Yo, you're safe, man. Just walk, just be safe. My height.
Oh, okay.
Come off the board. Yo, something, you know? What?
Something to drink?
Yeah.
Whatever.
We have.
All them are little tamarind juice. You want tamarind juice?
No.
You want alcohol?
No,
No
no.
alcohol there.
Water.
Water?
Or Gatorade.
Them are up. So water for man. The cameraman. Remember, he have, when you knock ball out there, he put it on ABS now.
Tall, an ABS.
Eh?
It's not ABS.
And you're live on Facebook right now, worldwide now.
And YouTube.
Yeah?
And YouTube. Messi, okay, Jack. You've done that. It's safe.
Stick in the middle, and they will be seeking 205 for victory. This time start with a wide. Start with two slip, gully, cover point, third man, cover, mid off, mid on, mid on short. And the foul the square. There's no fine leg. So here he's asked to bowl in front of the batsman. Let's see how disciplined are he. Ball outside the off stump, and Mussington leaves alone. So Mussington and Hilroy Andrew, who himself coming off of 113 last week against the Newfield team. Signal again wide by umpire Brown. So Celia Farm are in pursuit of a 205 for victory.
Hello.
They're 2 without loss, and they're in the first over. This time tongue. Got delivery, and his foot was close to the line of the ball, just pushing his bat. And the ball goes through to Diari Francis. Good delivery again, kept a bit low, and loads keeper Diari, and this by now is signaled by umpire Brown, Nigel Brown. And score moves on by 1 to 3. 2 wide and a bye. The run scored off of the bat. Forward defensive shot that nicely leaned into it. As Brody was batting for Mahaiko, his back foot was collapsing into the ground, and so there's no power could be exerted in the shot. This one is work off this pad beautifully into the square leg fence for 4. Nice field somewhat by Francis, but it was struck nicely, and it will be a strong lad.
The old man, that's right. The old.
Ooh, good delivery by Tahim. This one jog back somewhat, and cramp Hilroy for room, and there's no damage done in that ball, and the score now is 7 from the first over in pursuit of 205 for victory. They made himself scored some 236 last week against batting first against Newfield. 245. And so it's not out of their grasp, but it's going to take some batting. So Omar Halaga is opening the ball from Mahaiko. He opens the batting. He got 41 and he is now opening the ball for Mahaiko in the field. And so there's a third man, there's two slip, a gully, cover point, cover, mid off, mid on. Got delivery ball. Feet was nowhere near the ball and he was just pushing at it and looks like he wanted to pull it in but pull away his bat, but it was already beating him into the gloves of Diari. And so to complete the field is a square leg for the square. Try to cut is Mussington and he's taking a walk in the square leg region after didn't
They say, fine, they say.
trouble his score. And so
Okay, boss, you can pass. You can pass when you good.
ball and signal by
Zoom in on the
umpire
field.
Jacob.
So now we feel.
First wide was down the leg side, and the second wide is overly compensated, wide outside the off stump. And score moves on to 9. 9, and we're in the second over. And ball outside the off stump again, trying to cut his Mussington. Misses, and there's no run, taken behind the wicket by Diari. I think Mahaiko has lost their way in the middle of the innings. White ball call and signal again by umpire Jacob. Marley is from the northern end, and defended by Mussington. Still not pushing out his front foot in defending it. It's halfway between on the back foot and the front foot, and just get his bat in the way. Prefer to see if he's more, if you're forward, Ball was jogged back and he's trying to run, and Francis is behind it. And no, it's an appeal, and the umpire is shaking his head to be yes, run out. Very well fielded by Francis. Young Francis in the square leg region, and Mussington plays the ball, didn't wait, just take off before the Hilroy responded. Was trying to get back, but Francis was sharp like a eagle, and erected the run out to his brother behind the stump. And so Silver Farm lost their first wicket to the run out route. Very good feeling from young Francis. His first name is Mark. Is this the young one? Yeah. Oh, Tanez. He was very sharp at the back of the square region. The ball was turned off his hip by Mussington and running right away as he plays it. But the ball was behind him, and Andrew didn't move. And while he was trying to turn down, Tanez was sharp as an eagle. Returned the ball into his brother's glove, Diari. And so they both work as a tag team partner, and the run out was what the Mahaiko wanted, and they got it. So very good start by the Mahaiko men. but not too good in the field. We see in the 2 overs so far, we're seeing some wides and by O'Malley and Taim. But Chis Phillip, captain, with number 1 on his back, has taken the position of Mussington. Delivery that was on his middle and leg stump, and it plays into the mid-wicket region, straightest mid-wicket. And the come around from the square leg region was Tennis Francis. And they fielded and they run a single. And that's the end of the over. The score is 11 for 1. So again for Chis. Now there's a fine leg. So there's 2 slips for Chis. Tying ball into Chis. There's 2 slips, cover, gully, extra cover, mid off, mid on, fine leg, and forward of square. This one has been hit straight to Kitty, Jari, Joseph, and Chis goes. Ball that was pitched up. Didn't get over it. Plays too early and juggled in the mid-off region, but he takes it in the end. So CV Farm lost their 2nd wicket. The captain Chis Phillip goes, score 11 for 2, and we're in the 3rd over. Very disappointed. Chis walked back with his head in the ground, trying to play now how we should have played a shot, but too late shall be the cry as the CV Farm scorer and the players watch the captain walks back dejectedly. Feel your pain. So CV Farm in real trouble. 11 for 2. Taim picks up his 1st wicket. The 1st wicket for Mahaiko team was a run out. Brilliant feeling by Tenez Francis, and his brother went up to the stump, collect the ball, erect the run out. Mussington was short. The head of Nigel Brown was at square leg nodding yes in the affirmative, and then the finger follows. So CV Farm are looking 205 for victory. They are 11 for 2. Strangely, when the left-hander Chis were batting, he had a fine leg. With two slip, there were no 3rd man. And in to the right-hander, he don't have any fine leg. He has a 3rd man, and that's strange. He didn't want any third man for the right to the left-hander twist. He had the fine leg. Now you don't want any fine leg for the right-hander. You have 2 slip and a 3rd man, a gully, cover point, cover, Mid off, mid on, and a square leg. Ball that was shortish, and again Zubin is on his back foot, and ball goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. 13. Sevier Farm are in pursuit of 205 for victory. They are 11. They are 13 for 2. This one kept a bit low and beats the keeper and third man who come around and couldn't stop it. So 4 by. Score moves on now to by 4 to 17. 17. Sevier Farm are in pursuit of 205 for victory. Down the leg side. Signal now by umpire Brown. So many extras in this 18 that Sevier Farm had. This one is worked off his pad by Zubin. By Gobin, and it goes into now it holds up just inside the fine leg region, and they run 3. So some scores just in. And we'll get them to you at the end of the over. So some scores are in, and at the end of the over, Newfield batted first. They scored 172 for 6 in 32 overs. Willie Key in pursuit 21 for 1 in 2 overs. Freetown, and that game has been played at the Sevier Farm playing field. Freetown playing again. They scored against Police. They scored 191 for 5 in 35 overs. Freetown goes early. And Police are 16 for 1 in 4 overs. And Newfield, Liberta playing at Liberta against St. Paul's. They scored 245 for 5 in 35 overs. St. Paul's in pursuit, they are 14 for 4. And they see there's a jump catch. And but a chance. I don't think anyone touched it. Keeper and first lip. Ian reacted late and the keeper reacted late. So they got 4 runs. And so St. Paul's 14 for 4. And Taik Charles gets 100. And this This Tariq Charles is the grandson of Mohammed Charles of Liberta. Also the cousin of Rakim Cornwall. And so good. And on behalf of this young man, Tariq, I've heard many things about him, but I've never really seen him in action. But 100 is 100, and hope that he could go on from strength to strength. And we get 100 not out scored here by Diari Francis, former Haiko, also 104 in 110, sorry, 110 not out, and Mahiko scored 204. So the Silver Farm team are in pursuit of 205 for victory. Ball outside the off stump, which has been slashed and misses, taken nicely behind the wicket by Diari Francis, and no damage done. So there's a few short steps there are. Is there about 10 steps, but is that any distance that Amari is running from? And Taim also, he's bowling a little longer in distance, but about the same 10 pace in which they're bowling. And so the score 25 in pursuit of 100, 205 for victory, Silver Farm batting. So we're at the Mahiko Recreation Ground. And they're playing against Silver Farm, and we are bringing live cricket to you, YouTube channel and Facebook Live, and channel 11, channel 8, sorry, and also Instagram. That's okay. Down the leg side again, signal wide by umpire Brown. There's quite some extras. Slash it outside the off stump and misses, taken behind the wicket by Dari. Now run again. So Mahiko 1-1 outside the off stump again, and slashes and misses is Hilroy Andrew. So Mahiko played 2 games last week. They lost against Freetown, chasing 126. They lost by some 3 runs. A ball I saw the off stump with jogs back, and Peel went up. His ball? Oh, the non-striker batsman obscured my vision from here. Well, I thought, but so Hilroy, the century maker from last week, has gone bowled by time. Provider opening for time, ball jogs back, and the off stump was knocked back, and so and Silver Farm are in further trouble. 26 for 3 in pursuit of 205 as we watch Owen Graham now going to the middle. 27 for 3. Is these players playing together now in the middle right now? They used to play for the Rising Sun Spartan when I was there as a coach. They are now playing for Seaview Farm. They're no longer playing for Rising Sun Spartan. So there are some moving around of players outside the off stump and left alone by Graham. And there is no run. Dwayne Fordyce in the second slip. Ian Tittle at first. Stephen Fain captain at gully. This one is rushed into the patch, tried to flick it off. And now umpire Brown is turning now, signaling leg by. Marley is in the mid-off region. Benjamin is in the cover region. Ball will keep low and stop efficiently. This time didn't pass Diari. And there's no run. Some of the days when I used to play here, well, not for Mahiko, but playing against Mahiko, there was all these houses weren't there, Mark. In the distance, all these big mansions on the hill facing the field. You know, those guys could look down on the players on the hill, and as you watch Mali from the northern end. Delivery that kept a bit low, defended nicely by Graham. There's no run. I remember starting my coaching career here, Mark, 2027. No, sorry, 2007. 2000, why I got 2027. 2007, I started my coaching career here, and it was beneficial. If I was, yes, we, but then the following year I was asked to come at Liberta, stay there for some 4 years. Very well bowled by O'Malley. This one was beating Graham in inside edge, taken behind the wicket by Diari, and no damage done. I won numerous championship at Liberta, and then I resigned and went to Pickett's and to continue my no. That looks can count in 15 championship, Mark. You guys were so beaten up, so one win would be sound like a lot of licks, isn't it? But yeah, I had some good success at Pickett's. Then I moved on. But it was been fun. It had been fun in coaching. I like the challenges that present from the different teams, and as we watch O'Malley into Graham down the legs, or Zubin, it's through mid wicket and fielded nicely by. No, that's Malenga, right over the stump, taken nicely by Diari, and he was in.
Shot boy.
Yes, so Mahaiko defending 204 and CV Farmer in pursuit of 205 for victory. They are CV Farmer 29 for 3. The Mahaiko men have seen the back of Chis Phillip, captain, and Joel Andrew, Hillroy Andrew, sorry, who scored some 113 last week. And also I've seen the back of Mussington after a brilliant feeling by Tonas Francis and Cho, because it all has to wide be signal now by Amter Brown. There are many extras have been bowled by the Mahaika men. 8 wides and then a bye. This one worked nicely. It's got to be a run out here. It's a direct hit by this young man. And the umpire pursuing, the umpire said no, he was right in the good position. Francis is wondering.
The keeper took the off stump, took the base of the off stump before
The ball hit the stump. Oh, so the umpire, the keeper disturbed the stump. So again, there's a brilliant feeling by Tanez Francis in the square leg region, but hitting after the ball hit the stump directly. Before that, the stump was disturbed by the keeper, and so Graham was saved by that. Played through the wide long off region, a slow delivery. Could have seen it from a mile. Ball by Time Tongue, and he swung it through the wide long on region for 4. Score moves on by 4 to 34. 35 for 3. Good ball again by Tahim. When this young man, whenever he hit a good area, he's been effective. But then he's fall away. Then he's overcompensating and pushing instead of pulling the ball, because bowling is a pulling action, pulling across your chest. But he's not finishing his action. You know, if this one is hit over the top of long off, mid off this time for 4, and. I remember when Graham was Graham. He's no longer Graham. Probably he's Brownham now. He used to be a prolific scorer in the Parish League arena. And then he went into the first class and continued, but not as successful. He also was in the national setup. So he was very handy. And it was very handy, yes. And it was good in the outfield. And yes. Yeah, but he's been out for, since the last T20 that was played. He hasn't played any more cricket. Well, we just starting back because of the pandemic. Never thought that Graham could have gotten fat. His face is saying to him, Graham, your face fat. He said, yes, coach. But some people put on weight for the pandemic and some people don't. This one is played into the mid-wicket region, and they run a single by Zubin. So Mahaiko won 1 and they lost 1 last week, and they won the last one, so they're hoping to win this to continue their winning streak. CV Farm also won the last game they played, and they are hoping that they could have continued into winning ways, but only one game team can win. But you never know. We're watching Seeker. Graham still could turn the tide. Could just roll back the years and just one innings. And but there's only 30 overs to get 205 for victory. Slash. Oh, there's an effort there by Fordyce. And he was upset with himself. The ball went into his hand. It was hit like a rocket. And he was upset with the standard that he set for himself. And so Graham goes down. Probably that's the luck that the Silver Farm team are looking for. Played nicely to the young Francis, and they're not taking any chance with him. He's like an eagle. 13 years of age, and I'm telling you, he's very, whenever he feels, he doesn't feel in no long barrier position. He feels in an attactive position that he's ready to throw down the stump, and that's very, very good. That's very, very, very good. At the age of 13, I'm still seeing senior men who have played the game so long and still long barrier ball. You know, not looking to effect the run out. The ball outside the off stump, and so been swings and miss, taken behind the wicket. And there is no run. The end of the over. 6 overs bowl. Eight, sorry, and the score now is 41 from 8, and scoring 5.1 runs and over. Graham again the score. It's 1-2 mid wicket. There's a little heave and took the inside part of the bat, and they got 4. So time still bowling. He's in his 5th over. The sun has left us short, and he swizzled and pulled it down to the fine leg region for 4. Didn't get up that high, but he stays with it and just work it down to the long leg region for 4. And so the score moves up to some 49. 49, we're in the 9th over. And so the Silver Farm men are scoring at a rapid rate, but they're losing. They have lost some crucial wicket. But as I say, Graham could just possibly turn back the tide and put the Mahika men under some pressure. Taim Tong, aka Soldier, has is not really doing himself any good. He's off the 26th, I think, to England, but he's not really showing that he's in any shape or bowling form, I must say. The ball is not really coming out fluently. Sometimes he's pushing. Sometimes he's not finishing the action. And then when he does, the ball hit in a good area and it jogs back. And again, it's the consistency of these players that's killing them. Brilliant feeling here by Benjamin. And they run a single. There is the time is sending out long on. So there's a long off and long on out for Graham. Owen Graham, and third man is Ian. I don't see the center of this field, but appeal again. It equates to what I was saying about his bowling, where he can have a long off and long on in the ninth over. This shouldn't ever been happening, but because of the fact that the confidence is that high, he's not bowling good. You see field placement to back up the unprofessional way of bowling, I must add. Sun is no longer with us. It's a bit hazy, but still bright enough for cricket. The score moves on to 53. 53 for 3 in 9. Very good scoring by the CV4 men. They have option in the Arsenal, in the field, in the bowling department. They have Malinga Bruni, bowling nice little tidy medium, slow medium. And also Tanez Francis, bowl nice little slow medium wicket to wicket. And at times you may take them for granted because they're young men, or young boy, not men. Francis is 13 and Bruno is 15. Bruni is 15.
Oh. In there.
I heard Beanie Man engine burn up. I heard Beanie Man engine was overheated at Freetown. But surprisingly, Mark, he didn't even deliver the first ball. And his engine was burned up. And that was it. And then they lost the game because Beanie Man went away by 3. Yeah. Beautiful shot played down the ground by Graham. I will say this one, this innings may just put Graham in forms for the T20 starting Monday. The score moves on by 4 to 64 in 10 overs. So the CV farm men are going at a rate 6.3 runs and over. 64. The score is 64 from 10. And they're pursuing 205 for victory. Beanie Man has just passed in front of the commentary booth. He's not playing today for the CV farm because of his crankshaft, he said, has burnt out. And so, but he also said that he got a contract to go away. So he must be really good that his crankshaft is not working and he still get a contract. Fordyce is in the attack. He's bowling from the commentary end. This would be this is a no ball. It's a no ball now, signaled by umpire Brown. This one is peel off the outside part of the bat, fielded by Bruni. Brilliant fielding. Shows this two young man is not someone people you could take chance with, Mark. They like to throw the ball back to the stump, which is very good. You will find many fielders will feel the ball and hold on to the ball. The moment they feel the ball, they train it back to the keeper, which is very good. This would be the challenge for Graham, the spin bowling. And here is it, is in the air down to the lawn. It's taken by time. I know that's the demise of Graham. He doesn't like to see spin bowler. I know all sort of things going through his head. The moment he sees someone stand up at the crease. And he's walking back dejected. And he goes, caught by time, bowling for 31. Nice little cameo. But he needed was to stay there for CV Farm. But he goes, and 4 wicket is down now for the CV Farm team. The score is on 65. 66 for 4. in pursuit of 205 as we watch the legendary Bickermoit walking with his hands off his chest like he's just come out of the gym. He still be in for the next game. Ambulance will be waiting, Bickham. And I'll be the first to help you, because I can't see you suffer. He's been Mark, in the net and out there's two different things. Sun is shining out there in the middle. In the net, there's no sun. But as we watch Rick replacing Graham. Keep him a bit low. And expected first time playing in it a game, I got to roll and wet and adjust. But not bad for first time, So good work on the part of yourself and who else helped to get cricket played at home. The first competition played, there was no game play at Mahaiko. But it's ready now, all from the hard work of Pickermoit. And those who also assist. Another wide being bowled by the Mahaiko men. Foda is very disappointed in seeing this wide again. I really don't know what's going on. Now he chose to take off his dark shades and take off his hat. Couldn't see the wicket. So it was obscuring his vision. So let's see now. This one is better, so no doubt he couldn't see it. That's what Mark says. And it pins out that way. The next very ball was well pitched. And the second one was well pitched, so he really couldn't see. And the sun is not shining that bright, so. But very fortunate for Mahaiko stuff for CV Farm that Owen Graham has to go in that fashion, but the spin bowling normally gives him trouble. Another wide. And it's not that the ball is turning down the leg side, it's pitching wide. Because Fordyce really doesn't turn the ball. He bowls. So Bickham, the past players for Mahaiko, we just reminiscing on the Biddy era, the Bickham era. What do you think of the Connie Nicholas? You could give me a list of that 11.
Which 11?
In 11, just a recap of.
I can give you about 5 or 8 players.
Give. Well,
1983.
Yeah.
Mahike against Liberta finals.
Those players were.
Benny, Brown, the two Browns, Louis Daniel, McMaster, Alvin, and his brother Pawaki, and me, and a couple other players.
Yeah.
But we bowled them out for 56.
Okay.
The big, great Liberta.
Okay, nice. Like I said, I just wanted to refresh the listeners of some past players that have passed through this team. Has been a good team in the 90s and 80s, 90s coming up there. So how do you, when you look back now on what you're seeing now, Not just Mahika, but cricket in general, based on when we used to play.
Cricket has gone back for me. We haven't improved much. There is so much in it now, but apparently the players don't want what is in it. They don't practice, they do what they like, and that's all the stuff.
Yeah, and that's very sad because well, I can speak. I came to that era. I started cricket later than you guys. While you were playing, I was still going to the church. I couldn't leave my parent home. I didn't even play school cricket. Yeah, I just started playing, and but was still in the era of you guys. I played with you guys in the end. So, but it's saddened to see what's really taking place.
Yes, because back in the day, we had 46 Parish League team.
Wow.
Now we only have what? 8?
And 8 in the second competition. We had 6 the first competition. 6 the first competition, so 2 added for the second competition. And not only that, we have 2 new clubs added after some 30 odd years not playing any cricket.
So that comes
That's
back to Senior Farm
CV Farm and Willie Keys.
and Newfield.
Well, Newfield's been playing for what? From 4 years now. They were out, but the 2 added ones before the pandemic is Willie Keys and CV Farm. So the Seatons are not there, the John Hughes are not there, the Pickett's. And that's the most disappointing one for me. The Pickett's, who had 2 teams, and no longer, and who dominate in the 20s, 2012 to 2016, 17, 16, dominate and no longer in Parish League.
So we are the players.
They
Well, that means they don't love the game.
they didn't love the game.
They don't love
the game. I mean, come on, everyone has things to do. Everyone has things to do. But if you love the game, you prioritize your life around the game, because cricket is just a part of life. And anything is a part of life, but you prioritize to go to work, prioritize to go to church, whatever the case is. A ball that he loses the batsman and the keeper, and they run a bye. It was out. It was dropped. Wow.
I think I have to go and take him in and give him some wicket-keeping practice. Show him what he's supposed to be doing.
Taking him in is a big thing, because he's not from around this region, and 2, he'll be leaving Antigua shortly. So you won't really get the opportunity. But I can understand what you're saying, that you can see what he's not doing, being a wicket keeper. And you see he's not watching it long enough, he's not staying on long enough. But it's good to see you could see that and pick it up. And that's what is needed. Senior players sit around the game to give back that experience to the players. The young players, rather. Because many of them things that watching YouTube, and they're seeing the end product of YouTube and thinking, well, that's what they're supposed to be doing. Not knowing those that they're seeing have spent hours, days, weeks, months in the nets, years to master what they're doing.
What I would like to know is that with the school league, what happened to the players who plays in the school league during weekends?
Very, very, very good point, Bickham. Because when I was on a sport program maybe 8 years ago, and I made mention of there must be, however they can get it done. You can't have school players who play in school cricket on the weekends alignment when teams are short of players. So if you're being played in the week, whether the ministry, or maybe the club could suggest to the ministry or whatever school, I'm going to need 5 players. I'm going to need 2 players based on what you need to get them going. Because it's good that they're playing among their peers, but then there's another step that they need to learn in the Parish League arena.
I think our problem right now is the communities. I think the communities need to go back and develop the cricket or sports in general in the community. And I think that is one of our big problems. When we look around, Pickett's not playing any Parish League. Barnsill,
New Winchops.
New Winchops,
Cedar Grove.
Villa.
Yeah.
And you come right around and you realize how many teams
Otters.
are not playing.
Yeah.
So we are the players who are playing school league. Why they're not playing for a team?
And they're in those villages.
Exactly.
That's my point. They should be enrolled in a weekend game to harness the talent that is there. But we, for some reason, those who are in authority, they knows it best. But then our cricket is dwindling. But they can look and see. Let's take some drastic measure. Let's take some drastic measure to see how we can curtail our cricket. Because then, back in the day where it used to be school, we play school cricket, then you come into the community, but then sooner or later that there'll be no community for the school players to come into. Because if I remember we used to, Mahiko used to feed off of Clear Hall School. Pickers used to feed off of Clear Hall School. Cricketism, the school girls I'm talking, right? Even New Winchops, because they have players are going New Winchops, going Clear Hall School is from New Winchops, but they're playing for Clear Hall School. Same thing with Pickets. Even Potters who used to play Parish League used to get, and so there's a link for them to go into, channel for them to go into after they're leaving school. But there is no more.
75.
And the score is 75 for 4. In New Wind, Silver Farm chasing 205 for victory. Yeah, 75 for 4. In over number 14, not bad going, but they're losing wicket in intervals, and the score is not too pleased and sleepy. I'm kind of sure if things were going their way, that sleep would have gone. So yeah, Bickham, it's a hard pill to swallow, As I told Mark, I started my coaching career, right? So it's a connection to Mahiko. And basically I connect to cricket because I've coached many teams because I want to give back to cricket.
I think one of our problems is that now we look at the game from the past to now. The players, the old players, a lot of them just leave and forget about the game and don't try to encourage the younger players to come into the game. I think that is what's happening in the communities. Our community is not supposed to fade out just like that.
I totally agree with you. And it hinged on good shot played by Zubin. And it goes for 4 into the mid-wicket region. I totally agree with you. And the thing is become you'll hear those this is the 15th bowling. 15th bowling. Can we vote? 14. Oh. And these are players which their name will be heard on radio, become in the community, what they used to do. Yeah? And people will say they used to do that and they give them the horn. Okay, fine. But what are you doing for that same community that you didn't do it alone? Because there are other people help you to get you where you was. So why, in your view, that the community has breakdown with all these so-called names that they're taunting now on the radio?
I think if we look at John Hughes, Sweets, and Buckley, I don't see why those three communities couldn't get together and have a team. Because they have a good feel right there between Buckley's, between Sweets and John Hughes.
Yes.
They're supposed to get together and make one team. And at least you'll know, well, you have a team from
that community. Right. But when they didn't have any team, it was a team to be reckoned with, the John Hughes.
Exactly.
Yeah? But now they have a team, there's not a team. No, they have a field, there's not a team.
They can't find
a team.
players.
Right. But so we have, Mahaigo has gotten another wicket. So Rick goes, 5 wicket gone now, 80 for 5. And they're in the 15th over. So the Civil Farm men are really reeling. Jarvis now is going to replace Rick. And Zubin is still there at the crease. He's on, Zubin is on some 30, no, the Graham made 31. Zubin is on 23, and Jarvis now is joining him, so he's 80 for 5. CV Farmer chasing 205 for victory against the Mahaico at the Mahaico Playing Pavilion. But yes, Beckham, they're so. Then you go around south, you have Erlins, who now have a brilliant pavilion and don't have a team. And just before they had it, they have a team. So how are they gonna generate players if they didn't have that continuous thing now to utilize that pavilion? And you go further on, you have Old Road. I heard Old Road name mentioned in the Parish League to be playing. I don't know if it was a mistake. They're hoping to. That would be a good start to get Old Road back in the ring. You know, but a cheap single here has been had here by Jarvis, misfield by Fordyce to his bowling. He's not the best feeler to his own bowling. Over the years, playing for Pickett, out in the outfield, he's a tiger. But to his own bowling, he always give away that single that he needs to keep the pressure on the batsman. He normally got delivery. He normally eases the pressure there with that one that he misfields. There's also a player that I used to play with, this Vince Worldman Smith. He normally he doesn't take ball on card catch, but put him in the gully. You slash it, he'll take it. But when you hit it back to him, he's not taking that. I don't know why. But it's a real concern with the cricket. And if Old Road could come back in, it would be very, very good for cricket in itself. But what Erlins are going to do? They have a pavilion, to me, second to none. Really, really good pavilion.
They will get themselves organized. So hopefully by next year, I guess we'll see them around. They'll be around. Because you have Erlins and you have Johnson Point and you have Crab Hill. All those villages can come together and make one.
All those. They have them, but that doesn't mean that they can. We were just talking about John Hughes, Sweets, and Buckley,
yeah.
But they don't have one.
But you need somebody to get them together.
From the community, yes. And that's a challenge. That's a challenge. But it's good to see you. It's good to see you and all still giving back to the cricket, and as we were talking earlier, and that's what the problem is in the different communities. there's not much enough giving back to the community from the leaders. So the community is a lack of leaders on the part of cricket.
Well, sports in general.
Right, sport in general. Swan is cut off the edge, and Pete, the keeper, is right up to the stump and leans back, who is Jarvis, and cut it, peels off the edge, beat the keeper, and tie him tongue in the slip. And come around from the fine leg region is Benjamin, and they got a single. So the sun is not with us, but is bright enough for playing in the air. Francis is rounding like a deer and afraid to run when this young man feels become. He's 13 years old, and he is very sharp in the field. You know. But you are following the hype of the T20, the Cool and Smooth T20.
Yes, I'm following it. I'm listening and hoping that one of the team that never win it will win it this time.
I'm hoping so also for the sake of cricket, because and it left to belief. You as a team or coach or players have to believe that you can do it. You can't just go and say, oh, we're playing against Bethesda and we're going to lose because it's better, or Empire, we're going to lose. No, 11 players out there, everyone can win, and you believe you can win, you go out there to win. But many teams already lost the game before they play. This one is work off the pad down to the fine leg region, chased by Malinga, but it races into the fence before. Yeah, and it's patched and it's fast, and anything beats the inside circle. If you're not close to it, it will go into the fence. So yeah, it's the belief, and I'm also with you for the sake of the tournament itself. The more names get on the trophy or win it's good for the tournament. But if one team is winning every year, it'll be just, foregone conclusion.
No, I won't say that. If one team is winning every year, it means that the team is good. So it means that the other teams have to get themselves organized to beat this one team.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying the team is not good who is winning. So why I'm saying that it will be better for the organizers for other teams win the competition other than one team winning it every year. You understand? I'm with you for that team winning every time, but then it'll be a foregone conclusion why show up then if you don't think you can win? There'll be a run out here. It will. Oh. Bad throw by Ian. He was put under some pressure. He was taking his time going to the ball, and Jarvis and Zubin took him on, and by the time he chose the ball, it wasn't over the stump, and the keeper has to move some distance to get the stump. But it was back up in the outfield, and they get 2. So yeah, I think Liberta has won some 4 times. Picard's 1. And Bethesda 1. But fortunate for me, the 2 times that teams won instead of Bethesda, I was the coach. I coached Pickers win in the inaugural T20 tournament, and then 2018 when I was coaching Bethesda, we won the T20. But I'm saying that the other teams need to believe that they can win it. The score now is 90 for 5. 90 for 5. So become, if you take your mind back to 17 overs bowl. Take your mind back to when, where was the pavilion when you were playing?
On the shed.
No, which shed?
This one right here, that's
No,
right there.
this was the pavilion. This is the visit team shed. Your pavilion was just to these of the home ec.
No, everybody were there. When we
No,
started first.
sometimes after a while, you
Well,
was sitting up to these of the home
Some-
ec.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we started there.
Okay.
And
Ended over there. Yeah. And I can remember Cookies. Also, Cookies used to play for you guys. He was a great player, good sportman.
yeah.
Bowl
Cookies.
well, feel well, batted well. You know. But I think the gutter has messed up the field.
Well, the gutter has always been there.
No,
Yes, it was always there.
not that concrete gutter become.
Oh, they put the concrete.
Yeah.
The concrete. No, but
Yeah.
the gutter itself was always there.
There's always some water to the east, the Saki to the east, the Homek
Yeah.
area there.
That is lately, but the gutter runs
Right up.
right up.
Okay. But as ball kept low and just squeezed out by Jarvis. And there's no run. The score remains on 91 for 6. CV Farm chasing 205 for victory. After we see 110 not out by Diary Francis. I witnessed last week become Ian Gore, who aka Lombus from Liberta, and Karim Gore, his son, opens the ball together. That's a generation. And it's a good feeling to see. And today I witnessed seeing Diari, which is the keeper, and Tunners, the 13-year-old, batted today as brothers. Yes, they're brothers.
brothers?
They're from Jennings. Yeah, and it gives a good feeling to see that family connection in cricket. This one is peeled off the edge over the gully head. Is chasing now to the couple point region by Diary Francis, Tanis Francis, and as a young 13-year-old, he's slim in body, but he's very strong. You don't take chances with him. He's very good in the outfield. The score overs is 18? 18 overs?
Yeah, this is the 8, yeah.
18 finished. So 12 more overs for Silver Farm has to face to score 100 and 100, 112, 110 runs. Yeah, but time. So they batted 30 overs. They started a bit late. See? That misfield again by Fordyce to his own bowling mark. Does really feel him too well. See, misfield. See? Well, So Michael will be at Liberty tomorrow. Mark? And where will be the commentary? Oh, okay. Our scorer was going to play Jamaica. Get back in. Take it nicely down the leg side by Diari. Well, a wide now will be signaled by umpire Jacob. Too many extras being bowled by Mahaiko. 23 out of 96. That's poor. But there also was a time, Beckham, I think it's 2000, not 2000, 1988, 89. They had this competition. The Parish League was playing second division to first class.
Yes.
Do you remember that year?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I was playing for Barnsley, 88. Because Pickers weren't playing any cricket. So a few of us left Pickers and play for Barnsley. And I think Ricky and a few, who we call Sex, he used to play for Mahaiko. He used to play for Mahaiko. I think Frankie Herbert also from Pickets and Icky, they were playing for Mahaiko. So that was this, but then the 1988, we ended up third, Barnsley. But there were more Pickets people playing for Barnsley then. But then the few Barnsley players decided that they're not playing. So I went to Blizzard to play for them 1980, the same second division. And I remember that year, that's when Blizzard went into the first class. The 1990 is when Pickers going to the Blizzard went to the first class. But then 1990, Pickers went back to play Parish League. So all of us from the different teams, Barry were playing for Combined Parish League. Barry Joseph. When Garfield Joseph was back, us, he used to play for St. John's. And so we all went back saying that if all of us playing cricket, why you don't play back at Pickets? So we ended back at Pickets playing Parish League. And then that was it. But then we stopped after a while again. But it was good. It was good when Pickets started back playing in 2010, I think. And but they're still playing since then. But they moved from 2 teams to 1 team and still struggling for players. And that's a frightening thing. You had 2, but you have 1, and you're struggling with players for 1. So it must be something right, something wrong you're not doing from programming standpoint.
Well, let me look at it from a different angle. They're struggling for players because a lot of the people or the players don't want to play.
You
And I
can.
think that's one of the reasons why most of the teams are struggling. People out there just not really interested in cricket anymore. Even though they play in the school league, after the 2 days at school that they play, they just decided not playing any more cricket.
But then again, why can't be a program, a stringent program, go into place from the ministry in the school, collaborated with the Parish League, first of all,
Well, you know,
to
you're
play?
saying there, you can't force them to play. You can't force them to play on the weekends.
Who gonna say that?
You can force them to play.
No, I'm asking. Who said that?
I am saying that.
It's not so much forcing. It's just putting things in place. If you play cricket in school, why can't you play on the weekend?
Because
Ye-
maybe because I don't want to play. I just say that is the reason. I don't think they want to play. If they wanted to play, they would find a team to play with.
But they may need that push. If there's a program in place, just like you have curriculum in school, you have this off days of school. Listen, for the sake of cricket, let's work out something with the associations. Yeah? That these players need to play cricket on the weekends. If they have to bring in the parent to become, because our cricket is going to the dogs. And if those generation in the schools are not playing, what are going to come our cricket? They're the future.
Well, we are seeing what it will become now of cricket right now. It's going down and down and down. So
In your days, there wasn't any female cricket being played. Outside of, I used to hear about this Joy Lois, Enoch, them sister. I've never seen her play, but everybody says she plays cricket like a man. She cover drive, she's on drive, she hooks, everything like a man. But she used to play more wind ball. So there wasn't the opportunity of she to play hardball in Antigua. This one is hit down to long on, and just a little toss-up ball from Wayne. Doesn't even flight. There's a floater, and Zubi.
that is like the one I got you with.
No, that one was flighted
Okay.
and dipped. Yeah, that one was flighted. That always remain in my memory, man. Big Mark, I had this guy going, 63, and said, okay, there's 100 here. He flight out in the air and dip, and knock it too long on and long off, straight enough. Had too many hang time in the air, and this guy named Barry Simon,
No, Barry
Barry Simmons, took a catch of his life. But that's cricket, and that's when the love of cricket was there.
Yeah, but when you go back to Pickets and Mahaiko, at one time, Andrew Light,
Yeah,
Andrew Light,
yeah, Charles Wett, Jeremy.
gone 80 something. And you say, boy, this look like 100 for me. The throw the ball give me.
Yeah, he doesn't like spin either. Just like Graham. Graham will be hitting the fast bowlers all over the place as he did to the Mark. The moment somebody come by the stump, trouble. You know?
They throw me the ball and me just, and you chip,
A stump.
you stump. Every time you see me, talk to me about it.
They have some players in Antigua. He used to be prolific run scorers when he come to fast bowlers. Hook, drive, just give them the ball coming onto the bat. I remember one year we were down the same second division. We were playing against Villa, Pickets. And the same, and Charles Wett Jeremy has Jeff Abbott hooking out the ground, hooking looking good. Jeff Martin, Pat Martin, that's the name. Pat Martin. First ball, Pat Martin hole. Angela the chip gets stumped. First. So some people just like to see the ball coming onto the bat. The moment they see somebody start spinning, I wonder what they're thinking, if I can't bat. And they just normally give in to them. You know? But yeah, but it's a concern, it's a thought that could be realized because too many school players are sitting on home on the weekends. I don't know what.
Yeah, but if the community that they live in is not playing any cricket, what are they gonna do? Where are they gonna go? Okay, let's take the south. All those players that from the south that play in school cricket during the week, where they would go on the weekend.
Home?
Yeah, they're home.
Well,
But
few.
no team is home. So there's
They,
no
so,
way,
some
for
play
them
with
to play.
some play with Bolans and some play with Jennings.
Yeah, but where the others?
Home. This is again what I'm saying. Then if instead of they being home, now you have Erlins who have a pavilion. You know, they could tap into that, going to Jennings school, bowling school. So all those who are not playing could come to Erlins.
I guess that will happen next year.
I hope so. I really hope so. It's really bothering me for I don't know what can be done, you know, from the administrative standpoint, but something needs to be done because they're wasting. For instance, it's just like that could be like a school team in first class. That's a breeding ground for other clubs, you know. School cricket in first class because they're not going to win anything. I think one year they won when Soppy, Dave Joseph, and Barry Joseph were playing in school cricket. That year, I think, if my memory serves me right, they did very well if they didn't win. But then outside of that, because then they were taught discipline by Taddy. You can say anyone can say anything about Taddy. But you see discipline become and fitness. If you're just been told to play straight, that's a discipline. If you play across the line, you'll be disciplined, that's a discipline. And so they go up with that. They go up with that. And he didn't shortcut nothing. If you don't do it, you have 20 laps around the field. You see, they come or don't come. And so all those that went, there is a benefit for them because they went through that. You understand? So the same thing as what we're talking about, those that from Bolans, those from Jennings, who are not playing for Jennings and who are not playing for Bolans, who could go to, let's say, Old Road or Erlins, they can just use as a development program. You know, instead of being home, they're playing cricket. I don't know I just don't know. I'm just come up with things that can help our cricket. But it's going to involve the parent and the administration, Parish League, ministry. Just get them out of the house. I am the name I can't recall right now, but there's an athlete from Jamaica. He's an athlete from Jamaica. I think he's a 800 runner or 400 runner, whoever it is. And the amount of A's and plus A that he have in school, and he is the winner of that, and he's just for 17, and he is propelling. So you mix education and sport together. It always works. It always works. But some parents think education is the key. Right? But as we watch Mahiko versus Seaweed Farm chasing 108 for 205 for victory, they're 108 for 6, and we're in the 23rd over. So Mahiko are looking to chalk up their second win in a row. They'll be at Liberty tomorrow, who Tariq Charles, the grandson of Muhammad Charles, he scored 100 for Liberty today. So Mahiko are up against a Centurion, and Liberta is up against a Centurion. So we'll see how it works, Mark. Because Diary Francis behind the stumps, he got 110 not out, and Terry Charles got 100 for Liberta, and they beat, obviously by now, St. Paul's, who have lost the third game in a row. That's Malinga. Malinga Brody. Bruni. No ball being bowled by no ball over the waist. Anything over the waist, no ball. But for not only that become, I remember when I went Falmouth to play. It's not every time things work as a bowler. It doesn't. You're just bowling. And this guy by the name of Dave Mead, they call him Bogo. Ched, he wasn't playing, but so Ched was at mid on, and he was telling me, do like a Boga man. So I said, what Boga do? So Boga not getting in the wicket, he bowl a beamer. so I don't know about those things, you have to bowl to get a wicket. But at those days, beamer is not a no ball. You understand? And if you bowl 2 foot beamer now, you get the first warning, and then the second one you go off the ball. Yeah, you come off the ball. So, but no, those are the things that are different to our cricket growing up. There's so many changes, even though cricket remains the same. The no ball is only the overstep for us. Now beamer, the over the waist is a no ball. The extras continues. Yeah. Right. He played for school. He played for PM school. But I must say he normally bowls very consistent. But I don't know what happened today. 111 for 6. CV Farm chasing 205 for victory against Mahaiko. We're in the 24th over. And just completed. And yeah, 6 more overs to get 90 add. N 96. So we're watching the 35 limited over competition. Sir Richie Richardson, yeah, that's Tennis Francis. Sir Richie Richardson limited over competition, and it's been sponsored by ACB, Caribbean Bank, for some 44 years become. And there's so many relationship has mashed up between that time. But it seems like this.
I think the good thing about ACB is that once they're sponsoring, whoever win that tournament have to have an account at the bank.
Yes,
so
I
they
think.
show you a way to save your money.
Yeah.
I think that's good about them.
I think all the Parish League team has that, Mark. an account at ACB? Or it was? Yeah, because they were seeking it to save a way to save, to save the checks. Yeah, but we watch. Yeah, and this is one thing I've seen all season become. You take a Lexum guard and you're batting outside the Lexum guard and your back foot not moving to come in line. So you're reaching to meet that ball outside the off stump. And for, those are so elementary, you know. Like every way they try to hide Alzari Joseph, the ball follows him. They're moving. They're moving. Yes. And that's another thing with cricket. You couldn't be having a bad day in the field, and you want to hide yourself, but everywhere you go, the ball find you. The ball will not be going down to third man, and you're in lesser cover, and you miss feeling a jumping catch. They say down to third man, and the ball all come down to third man. It's funny. Yeah. Combination between brothers again. Francis, Tunnels Francis bowling and Diary Francis keeping. Hazy afternoon as this one is hit in the air. Oh, and his job into a wide mid on into extra cover region. Baller was hit down to a wildish mid off extra cover region, and Benjamin pull it. So Francis who have many appeal turned down, gave Benjamin a catch and he spill it. So the 5th over just finished, and the score is 113 for 6. So you're watching the two younger ones, 15-year-old Malinga Bruni on the northern end, and 13-year-old Tunes Francis from the southern end. A question been asked again by Diary Francis behind the stump, and Jarvis pulled that one with authority to square leg for 4. He's one of those Stanford bat back in the day. He's not getting rid of that at all. Is the second five over the ball? Third? How Jacob make it a mistake? You know what's her name become? Courtney Walsh. Courtney Brown. You know Courtney Brown from Barbados? She carrying a big name. Well, I don't know if it's a big name, but she's carrying a test player name. Who Elroy Joseph? Oh.
One shot. Yeah, sit down.
Yeah, no, but he don't go no man. He don't go in cricket. No, she won't Elroy. Bobby don't go on cricket. Mm-hmm. Wait, is father and son? Yeah. Oh. Huh? Here? Okay, okay.
He sent recent
So Bikram, who in your time, who was the village or the team? Is the team that posed a threat as around it. New Inchops, Pickers, Mahiko, Barnesville, Cedar Grove, Potters.
Nobody was threat. We just beat them and beat them when we meet them.
I don't know about that. Well, that's your opinion. How?
Let me talk about it. When we started in 73, started playing Parish League, we got a lot of blows. Went to Blizzard, Twins to 1, Cedar Grove to 3.
And those days they were two day playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Draw against Villa.
And Jarvis goes.
But after that, we won the first knockout played in Parish League in 1976.
76.
Yeah. Organized by Parish League.
When you say started, when you were getting
Started 72.
72.
And we started playing Parish League 73. But in 76 was the first tournament. That time Western Missouri was the sponsor. And Parish League was managed by Henson Stevens and Ephraim John.
Okay.
So we won the first 40 over game. Knockout. We played against Seaton at Rising Sun. Statchel was the captain for that team at that time.
Statchel Joseph, yeah.
He was the captain then. So we have won a lot of tournaments. Well, not a lot. Because in 80, we went to the finals, lose to Newfield. 81, we go back, beat Willie Kills. Go back 82, lose to English Harbour. Go back 83 and beat Liberta.
So you've been to the final many times?
4 consecutive years.
But won 2?
And won 2 and lose 2.
And lose 2. Okay.
And no other Parish League team has ever done that. Been to the finals 4 times in concession.
In 2 days?
In 1 day. 1 day.
In 1 day it was?
1 day. What happened here?
This-
Ball just go right through. Gone, gone, gone. Just go.
yeah. And there's a run out there by Alzari Joseph who misfield the ball. And there's always a theory become you never run on a misfield. And it proven here again to the mark. He misfields the ball badly. And he went in the third and was run out. You know, but
Well, they needed the run. Because they're so far behind. So.
well, they could bat it not out is better than being run, but being out. They can't get the run.
Agreed.
Yeah, but I don't understand what he's saying. So we're watching the under 15, 15-year-old, under 19, Courtney Brown, going to the crease now, and some 9 wicket has gone. 8 wicket has fallen for Stevie Farm, and so she's taken her time at the crease. She was impressive in the field. I must add, she took a nice catch, and her approach to the ball is not bad. She's very coordinated, and so. But the concern that I have for her and the others who I don't see, probably in her or even better, is the continuation of our program to get them to the next level. Because you can't just have them when there's a tournament around the corner and have them for a month for them to get better. You have to be playing cricket. Even that become, just before you give your thought, even that if the association wants to help female cricket and they don't have a program, female program, they could get with the team and say to the teams, let's say Taddy, and get with the teams and says, look, we want to help female cricket in collaboration with the ABCA. At least one female cricketer must be playing with your team. Because in my view, that female not going to let you lose the game. If she's going to let you lose the game, your team is not good.
Well, I can agree with that, but at the same time, we have to be careful when we play the female with the male because of the speed of the ball coming from the male. I understand that the ladies, when the West Indies ladies team go around the Caribbean to practice, they ask for the under 15 and under 17 fast bowlers to bowl to them.
Yeah.
Because of their speed
Right.
to their speed. So we have to be careful with that.
But then
it's not a bad idea.
all that can put into place. When, let's say Tahim Tong is bowling and she comes to bat, Tahim Tong come up the ball.
Well, we don't play cricket so no.
But if we're going to help them, how are we going to help them?
Well, get them in the net.
There's so many things that we used to play, we're not playing now become.
Use the coaches. The coaches will do that. Use your equipment and bowl them in the net.
Well, that would be done. It's the actual game I'm talking.
Yeah, but
There's a two-slipper gully, short cover. She defends it. Score is very elated. So in supporting Courtney. But yes, back to the 4 back-to-back chip to the final. And you say no other team has done that.
no.
I don't understand that.
Call one team that has done it.
Pickets.
When?
Back in the 80s.
Back in the time when we used to
Okay.
play cricket.
Okay.
We're not playing no cricket now.
Okay.
We're talking about when
There's a fraction of players still playing cricket.
yes.
Yeah.
But
I understand.
I'm
Okay.
talking about back in the 80s when you had 40 something Parish League teams now.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
had two.
No, but there were zones.
That might be so, but at the same time, when it comes to the knockout, to the 40 over, there's no zones.
Everybody was playing everybody.
Yeah, you play and get knockout, and you get knockout, and you go.
Okay. Hmm.
I think one of my biggest thing is that we lost the game against Barnsley in the final, Thursday league.
Hmm. And this was what year?
I don't remember the year. It could be late 80s.
And there's a run out here. And
So who out?
no, she didn't move out of the crease. She came out of the crease. She, yeah, yeah. Oh, there's 10 players? Oh, yeah, because Philip went to work. Philip went to work. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he can't bat for he can't play he can't bat for him. He was just 12. No, you don't. He was just 12 man.
Bring everything, yeah. Okay,
Yeah, so everybody used to play everybody back in the day.
Back in
40
the,
40
yeah,
at-
yes.
Mm.
Not everybody. Everybody will play.
Mm.
Teams will play, but you maybe get knocked
Oh,
out.
you get knocked
all
out,
the time.
right. So you
So
met
when
meet me, you met yes,
when
okay,
you get
okay.
knocked out, you go home.
Yeah, okay.
So we went through for the 4 years,
Mm.
81, 82, 83.
Mm. Yeah, the Mahaigo team was but was a very competitive team. Very competitive team. And it was good. It was good. Yeah, but when so what year was the last year you played?
95.
95.
95 is when we went to England. I didn't play after 95.
Oh. Okay.
Just put them back in the back of the truck.
Okay.
Yeah, and get the gloves to me, Stephen. No, put them in the back of the truck. Those are mine. Put them in the back of the truck. And the beer.
How you going? You all right?
So there's a it's good. It's good. So Mexico has defeated the Civil Farm team. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, well.
Listen here. Hey, Stephen. Stephen. Be available tomorrow now. I'm available. You register me?
The man's already available.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we can register tomorrow.
That would be one.
me up, yeah? Yeah, respect. You pick me up in the Smith.
Let's say, boss. Cool. In the bag.
So yeah, Michael has defeated CV Farm, and so they have won their second game in a row. They started with Jelani, who was run out without scoring. Hilroy Andrew, he was bowled for 4. Chis Philip, he was caught tongue for 1. Visual Gobin, he made 40. And he was caught by 4 dice. Rick Graham, he got 31. And Rick Evanson, he got 2. Alfred Jarvis, he scored some 13 runs. And Ralston Campbell, he scored 6. Christopher Angoben, he 0, and Courtney Brown, she didn't score, so she was not out. And Taim Tong in the bowling department for Mahaiko. Taim Tong, he bowled 5 overs, 35 runs, 3 wicket. O'Malley Halliger, he's 6 overs, 24 runs, no wicket. Azari Joseph, 7 overs, 19 runs, 2 wicket. Malinga, 5 overs, 3 overs, 10 runs, no wicket. And Tanes Francis, 2 overs, 3 runs, 1 wicket. And so that's the score sheet for the game. Silver Farmers were defeated by Mahaiko. They scored 200. Mahaiko scored 204, and a brilliant 100 was scored by Francis, Diari Francis, and 110 not out. And so Liberta, who has won their game against the St. Paul's, will be coming up against Mahaiko at Liberta, and Malinga is ready to take on the Liberta men. And so let's see what they do at tomorrow. And so all the best, guys. See you tomorrow.
What going to do?